Okay, so let's start today with the exercises that the person that got into the stream showed me. This one. I won't stay for long today because I have an appointment in the afternoon. So oh, he already puts everything. Oh, there's levels here. So from what I remember, justify is horizontally and align is vertically. Using that both analogy and building analogy. Align I associated with a building and justify with a boat. So justify content. Not center. Flex N. And this one is. I wonder if I can erase what I've done. Because then there's no point in doing. Yeah. Let me try in the other browser. Yeah, this one is not done. I still don't remember all of them, but space around. Oh, these are line items, I think. Black sand. Yeah. Justify content. Center. Items. There we go. Justify content. Space around. Line items. Black sand. This one is row reverse, I think. That's direction. Yeah. Good. Learning. Now it's column reverse. No, column. It's column. Yes. Direction. Maybe this is the order row. Row. Reverse. Oh, row reverse, then justify content. Let's start. No. It's align items because I changed the direction. Flex end. I think. Let's try justify content. Yeah. Because the direction is changed. I gotta change the command. Flex direction. Column. And then justify content. Flex and there we go. Now column is the first, then reverse. No. Maybe this is the order. Or align self. No. How is this one? Column reverse. Yeah. And then justify content. Space between. There we go. No, I think it's row reverse. It's 3 lines. Flex direction. Row reverse. Then justify content. Center. And align items. Flex on. Now is the order one. Order. I think it was like this. True. Zero on two. 3. Maybe it's space here. It was something like this. It was 0. No. Oh, maybe they didn't have this 2 points. this one? I don't remember. Might have to look it up. Ah, there you go. So it didn't have the brackets. Huh? It's 5. Oh. 0, 1, sure. -1. Ah, there we go. I think this is just phi self. No, align self. Flex and there we go. Now it's order and align. True. Align items. Flexing. Align self maybe. Huh, there we go. Yeah, because items would bring all of them at the end. Now it's the wrap, I think. I think it's flex direction. Flex wrap. No, it's probably align items, flex wrap. No. I think this is the flex wrap one. Now the command before, I don't remember. Justify content. Flex flow maybe. Nine items I've tried. Right south. Flex flow. Maybe it's flex direction. Maybe it's just wrap instead of flex wrap. No. Flex flow. And flex flow wrap. But I think I'm gonna read this one because I don't remember. So flex wrap was supposed to be the command. Flex wrap and then wrap reverse. The next one's probably flex flow. Wrap reverse, maybe. Wrap reverse. Maybe just align items. It's not equal, right? No. It is equal. Let's wrap. Maybe it's not equal. Am I... Oh. What am I doing? Flex wrap. Now it's column reverse, I think. Yeah. Here we go. Flex flow. Wrap. No. Wrap reverse, maybe. No. This one I don't know. Flex flow, maybe. It's just one line. That should be something with wrap, because they're all collapsed into one row. Maybe just flex direction column should solve. Yeah. It's this, but then split them into split them into 3 different lines, 3 different columns. How can I do this? Command that does this both things at the same time. It's not this. Wrap column. I don't think that's a command. I'm gonna have to look it up. Flex flow. Row wrap. Row wrap. Column wrap. There we go. Didn't sleep well today. I'm gonna do something that I forgot to do real quick. post my routine here. Yeah, now let's get back to it. This is just align items, right? No, center is gonna flex start. So how can I put them together? Is the question. Flex send, man. So it's just not align items. I also forgot this one. Flex flow, no wrap. I feel like this is cheating. It works. Maybe justify content. Let's start. And it doesn't make much sense. How do I do this? Yeah, I think it's just a command that I'm not remembering, so I'm gonna look it up. Align content. So align content is for the lines in between. Yes. Yeah, I forgot about this align content one. And I imagine it's gonna be the same one for this thing. The last one is the hardest one. So I have two lines here, and I feel like one is gonna be column reverse. Yeah, but that still makes them. And then align content. Column reverse. Align content. Center. Yes, there we go. Now it's the hardest one, I think. That's the action. Wrap. Flex wrap. maybe flex flow. I think has to be one of the commands. Then another one is flex direction to change the line. Column reverse. Then another one to change, switch them. Row reverse. No. So the order is wrong. Maybe just column. Yeah, it doesn't work. Let me take this off then. So I think it's column reverse. And now flex wrap. Maybe if I switch the order of the yellow ones. Now remember, there's a way to do it without switching the order of them. So how can I make it so they flip? Take this off here. Got it somewhere. So justify content. Row reverse. Doesn't take this command. Let's go back to the beginning. So let's think about this first. I have to change to column. Then I need to switch them up. Maybe the first one is gonna be row reverse. And then I put flex wrap. Maybe it's column wrap. Yeah, I don't think that's a command. I feel like it should be like this, but now I need to change them again. Maybe if I do a column again. Let's see if anything changes if I use flow. Yeah, use flex wrap. Let's try flex direction here. Maybe. No. I don't think this is right. Flex, direction, column, reverse. Flex wrap, wrap. Oh, so it's wrapping like from bottom to top, not the other way around. So maybe if it was a column here, just like this. Yeah. I'll try here. No. So here it goes from left to right. It's so close, like this. So I need to bring them to make them vertical, then to make them split, and then to make them reverse. Because the order of the last ones don't matter. So maybe it's flex wrap. Yeah. The problem is I need to make them like this. And if I just do flex direction column, they're gonna be like this, I think. Yeah. So how can I invert this? Maybe if I do a role reverse first. Now flex wrap. Now call. It just switches up. I feel like I'm getting close. Maybe it's wrap reverse, I think. Let's try flex wrap reverse. Let's flow. Now flex direction column. Getting close. Getting close. How can I make them change? Maybe column reverse is better. No. Align items. Center. No. Justify contents. Center. There we go. And then align items. Space. Okay. No. So close. Maybe space around. No. So close. Maybe align content. There we go. Made it. Let's see the instructions now. Specify content, align items, flex direction, order, length off, flex wrap. Yeah. Yeah, this was a tough one. Oh, there's another game here. But I have to register. I might play this later. All of these games. Import that into scale, rotate and move the elements with CSS transform. Yeah, but for now, I think I'm gonna go back to and making these challenges. To the technical documentation page. Alright. It's a main element for corresponding ID main doc. So I think the first thing is head. Right. Then body. And maybe main should be, no, body goes outside of the head. Maybe main should be inside of the head. Body. Add body. What else? Then the HTML instructions that I don't need to put because it's already embedded on this platform. And to be honest, I don't remember exactly how to put it. We'll practice that later. Then a footer here, which I don't know it's gonna be necessary. Probably not. Just don't remember doing it on the other ones. So let's put the main here. Slash main. And then what's the ID? Main doc. That's getting pretty easy for me. Very intuitive, I think. In the main doc element, I can see several section elements, each with class of main section. So section, section, let's put a space between. I think 3 is enough. Main section. I should have done this before I copied all of them. Now that's done. First element within the main section should be a header element which contains text that describes the topic of that section. So each section has a header. I don't think the header has ID from what I saw there. Section 1, section 2, section 3. Topic for section 1. Topic for section 2. Topic for section 3. Each section element with the class of main section should also have an ID that corresponds with text of each header containing within it. Any spaces should be replaced with underscores. The section that contains the header JavaScript and Java should have a corresponding JavaScript and Java. Wait, but I didn't learn JavaScript. I guess it's just telling you to put the ID, but not to code in JavaScript. Each section element with the class of main section. The first element in each main section, or each with a class main section is, I forgot this. Oh no, I did it. I put ID, not class. Okay, so this was the third one. Yeah, second one was the class. There should be a minimum of 5. So let me copy 2 more of this. Action 4, action 5. And they're all here. So each section element with the class of main section should also have an ID that corresponds with the text of each header contained within it. Each section element with the class of main section. So I think I forgot the header ID. Oh, that's right. First element should be the header element, which contains but doesn't say about ID. Each section element with the class of main section should also have an ID that corresponds with the text of each header contained with it. Any spaces should be replaced with underscores. The section that contains the header JavaScript and Java should have corresponding ID. That part is confusing to me. Because it didn't speak about Java and JavaScript. But I also didn't read the description of the problem. Maybe it's saying something in the beginning. I think it's just the same as the other exercises. Use HTML, JavaScript, and CSS to complete this project. Then CSS is recommended. Additional technologies, for example, are not recommended. Yeah, it doesn't say anything about Java. So I guess it's just a random ID for each one that identifies the text, the description that is written on each one of them. And let's put an underline just because it says to use it. And maybe that's more standard way of doing. Yeah, any spaces should be replaced with underscores. The main section elements should contain at least 10 p elements total, not each. The main section elements should contain at least 10, also each one with 2 paragraphs. Oh damn, it's gonna get really big. I guess it's outside of the header. At least that's what makes more sense to me. I'll put a space between this. It gets better to see visually. This one's done. Now this one. And the last one. You're done. The main section elements should contain at least 5 code elements total, not each. The main section elements should contain at least 5 code elements total. Like 1, 2, 3. That's just 3. So it's telling me to put 2 more codes here, random codes. But it says total also, which has far more than 5. Didn't understand the instruction very well. The main section elements should contain at least 5 code elements total. It's weird. I'm gonna skip this one. The main section elements should contain at least 5 li items total, not each. I think I'm gonna use VS Code for this. Because it's easier to write. Contain at least 5. Also, it's total and not each. Which means at least 5. You type it here. 3 times 5. There we go. Control C. Let's close this. I think I'm gonna put it on the first one. Oh. No. I'm gonna put 3 here and then 2 on the next one here. Yeah, Oh yeah, I forgot to put a space between them. It's visually better to see. Yeah, there we go. It's a nav element with a corresponding ID connav bar. This nav is for navigation links, right? So it doesn't says that it needs to be on the main section also. But I think I'm gonna put it on the before this all these sections here. And then if it's supposed to be inside, I'll just change it later. I think it's like this. It doesn't have closing brackets, closing statements. Yeah, ID navbar. Navbar element should contain one header element which contains text that describes the topic of the technical documentation. So yeah, it is outside these sections, which makes more sense. True. Header, then here, header. Let's do it like this, and then this document, blah blah blah. Should contain one header element which contains text that describes the topic of technical documentation. So yeah, that's done. Additionally, the navbar should contain link A elements with the class of navlink. So this is outside of the navbar. Should contain link A, or maybe the navbar. I'm gonna search this because I don't remember it. Navbar statement. Maybe it has closing links and then closing statements, and then the link goes inside of the closing statement. Yeah, here is just doing one statement. So yeah, I don't think it has a closing statement. It just goes maybe here. Should contain link A elements with the class of navlink. There should be one for every element with the class main section. So class equals navlinks, and then here yeah, this is like this, right? Section 1 and then /A. Now I'm not sure if this should be with the ID. It's probably gonna be for the ID. So let's put section underline 1 here. And it should have 5 of this. for each section. One, two, three, four, five. Three, two, one, two, three, four, five. I think this nav/links. Sure. And it's just link. So I stopped on this one. One, two, three, four, five. Nav link. The idea that yeah, that's right. The corresponds. Each element for the class nav link should contain text that corresponds to the header. Text within each section. Each element with the class nav link should contain text that corresponds to the header. Text within each section. E.g., if you have a hello world section header, your navbar should have an element which contains the text hello world. It should contain text. Yeah, so it's inside the link, right? It's telling me to put this. Which nav link element should contain text? Nav link is the link. I think that's right. Oh, here I think I'm not gonna change. The text is different, but it also contains section 5. When I click on a navbar element, the page should navigate to the corresponding section of the main doc element. I click on a link element that contains text hello world, the page navigates to section and has ID and contains the corresponding header. Yeah, did that. On regular sized devices, laptops, desktops, the element with ID equals navbar should be shown on the left side of the screen and should always be visible to the user. So this is probably CSS. Navbar. So position, fix, and maybe margin. Auto is gonna put to the center, I think. Left, maybe. No. Margin left. Margin left. Now how do I know the position? I can use Flexbox, right? And what's the navbar? It's here. But the thing is, it told me just on. Where's this instruction? On regular sized devices, laptops, desktops, the element ID navbar should be shown on the left side of the screen and should always be visible to the user. Also, it's on regular devices. because I don't remember how to do to. I don't think it taught how to do. No, it did taught how to do for responsive design, but I don't remember quite well. I think it's media query, something like that. To change the size of the side of the thing and the structure with the size of the page. Actually, main doc. Okay, ID, highlight bar. I think I'm gonna try to do display flex, and then do the flex direction, row reverse. No, still not showing up there. Maybe it's because it puts position equal fixed. Let's try absolute. This thing is annoying. Oh, can close down. Position relative, maybe. Yeah, it changed a little bit, but oh, I didn't put the thing here. Ah, there we go. So this whole section here is gonna be here. Let's try position fixed. Oh, press something. Yeah, now it doesn't show up there anymore, and it's because I think when position is fixed, the flex doesn't work anymore, which makes sense. So how, the question I have is, how can I display on the left? Oh, it is asking on the left, not the right. So I'm gonna ask, how can I put fixed on the right instead of the left? If every time I put position fixed, the flex is not gonna work. Maybe with grid it works. On the left side of the screen. So forget about this. Let me just put fixed here. And it's gonna be on the left. Yeah, that's probably what he wants me to do. I think I also need to put a break here between them. So it displays one in the bottom of the other one. Yeah. Okay. My technical documentation page should use at least one media query. Embed your project per factoring this code name. So this media query thing, I forgot how to do it properly. Maybe I should watch a video on it. I remember something like this. Then max height, for example. Max height 400 pixels, something like that. And then you change one class. I remember there's a thing with timing as well. that you put 3 different instructions, and then depending on which time it is, it does an animation or something like that. So which section I'm gonna change here? I can change the style, I think. Let's change the style of section 5 here. JavaScript and Java. Font family, Arial. Font size 50 pixels. Yeah, and there we go. Okay. I'm starting to get it now. Like, it's getting a lot easier to do it. The first time I had no clue what the fuck I'm doing. And let's not speak too soon, because there might be a lot of stuff wrong. Yeah, 10 out of 16. So what can be wrong? I think this is right too. It's probably some minor things, I think. Because in the main element corresponding to the main doc, which is done. Oh, I didn't close this main element. Maybe I closed in the end. Yeah, here. I think I'm gonna take this out of here. And let me put... Yeah, the problem is that maybe just on the nav bar it's gonna be the main element. Oh, the code instruction there that I skipped might be wrong. So it has open and closing tabs. But this one I think is right. Within the main doc element, I can see several section elements, each with a class main section. There should be minimum of 5. Class main section. Main section. Main section. Main section. Main section. Oh, I think this one is wrong on the link. Yeah, this is one that's wrong. Because I put a different ID. And here I put section 5. Let's see. No, it was right. That's weird. No. That's weird. It was 10 right before. Now it's just 8. I changed the main thing, the main. Yeah. Maybe Maybe it's the indentation. Or maybe it has to go inside everything else. Still 9. Which I don't understand why, but I think it's on the same line. Yeah, now it's 11. So doing that made 2 options wrong. Oh, maybe there's another instructions that, yeah, the other instructions told me to put the sections within the main element. First element within each main section should be a header element which contains text that describes the topic of the section. Yeah, I think this is right, true. Maybe it has to be exactly matched the links in the sections. Let's see. No, still 11. Header, 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 header. Alright. The section element with the class of main section should also have an ID that corresponds with the text of each header contained within it. Which I think I did also. ID section 1, ID section 2, ID section 3, 4, 5. Oh. This one's different, but any spaces should be replaced with underscores. The section that contains the header JavaScript and Java should have corresponding ID equals JavaScript and Java. I think it's just an example thing that used here. Oh, maybe it has to be exactly the same. The ID. With the topics. So let me erase this. It should be equal to the text. And that's what's wrong. And then I think I also need to change another thing that I've changed before. This one is just section 5. Though I don't think that's wrong, but could be. Yeah. So that was one of the things. Now 3 more to go. Main section elements should contain at least 10 paragraphs elements total, not each. Which I think I did here. see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, did 2 for each one. 2, 4, 5, 6, 8. Oh no, that's just 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. The main section should contain at least 5 code elements. This is definitely wrong, but I don't understand what's this code element that is asking about. Main section elements should contain at least 5 code elements total. Contain 5 Li items total. This I think I did wrong also. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2. That's right. So it's probably the code one, but there's still 2 more that are wrong and I don't know which one. It's a nav element for corresponding ID navbar. It's here. Yeah. Navbar. Maybe it's this one. No. The navbar element should contain one header element which contains text that describes the topic of the technical documentation. Header. Additionally, the navbar should contain link A elements with the class of navlink. Think I did right? Yes. There should be one for every element with the class. The header must come before any link A elements in the navbar. The header element in the navbar must come before any link. This is wrong, I think. This is the wrong one. So I think this should be here instead. No, it's just 14. Just 13, right, still. The header element in the navbar must come before any link A elements in the navbar. Oh, so this is inside of the navbar. That's probably what's wrong. Now it should be right, I think. Let's see. Yeah, so that was another one. So there should be one more, and then the code one that I'm gonna look because I don't understand what's asking. Each element of the class navlink should contain text that corresponds to the header text within each section. Each element with the class of navlink should contain text that corresponds to the header text within each section. Section 1. Yeah, I did this. I think this is right. When I click on a navbar element, the page should navigate to the corresponding section of the main doc element. E.g., if I click on a navlink element that contains the text or logo, the page navigates to the section element that has that ID and contains corresponding ID. So I think I did this right also. The hashtag here. Is equal. I think that's correct also. On regular sized devices, navbar should be left on. I think that's right also. My technical documentation page should use at least one video keyword. I think that's also. So I think I'm gonna look here what's wrong. Yeah, the 6th one was wrong, already knew it. And which one was the other one? Navbar element should contain one header element which contains text that describes the topic of the technical documentation. But it is here. Navbar element should contain one header element which contains text that describes the topic of the technical documentation. Maybe it's just the text inside that I need to change. And only one header element. Expected 6 should equal 1. This is confusing, I think. The navbar element should contain one header, which is here. Element which contains text that describes the topic of the technical documentation. D equals navbar header. So let me change maybe it's 5 headers. We should have 5 headers, each one for each link. One header. So like this, section 1. Let's see what happens. It doesn't make too much sense to me. Yeah. And this code one also here, the main section elements should contain at least 5 code elements total, not each. Like, what does that mean? There are not at least 5 code elements throughout all of the elements of the class main section. I'm gonna go to the bathroom. I'll be right back. Change the how is it possible that it's still working with the media command if I change the ID of this section? Maybe that's one thing that's going wrong. Section 5 here. It doesn't change anything. So I think this show I'm gonna search on DuckDuckGo, because I have no idea what they want me to do. It's this one and then the header one with the navbar. The navbar elements contain the header elements. Oh, so I should literally put code there. The main section and elements should contain at least 5 code elements that are message. You just need to put code inside the elements that have the main section class, not inside the header. Oh, that's easier than I thought. So I just need to put here at least 5. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Let's see, fixes. Yeah, there we go. Now just one more. Which is here. Is used to contain the main content of a web page, doesn't include a header, footer, navbar, or other items that may be included in other web pages. I think I'm gonna erase the footer also then. Yeah. It's footer and the body. Shouldn't have any difference, I'm guessing. Shouldn't make any difference. No. Where's the header? Oh, here. This is the one I'm trying to figure it out. Navbar element should contain one header element which contains text that describes the topic of the technical documentation. The HTML header element represents a container for introductory content or a set of navigation links. But that's what I did. The HTML header element. I didn't put any topic, any name for the file, any title, so. It's still wrong. That's weird. Header element in the navbar must come before any link elements in the navbar. Which is exactly what I did. Let me type it in like the way he typed. Maybe it's a typo, yeah? No. It's still wrong. Navbar element should contain one header element. Header. That's weird. It looks like I did everything correct there. Oh, maybe I'm not closing the nav. That's probably wrong. Maybe it has a closing statement. Let's see. Ah, there we go. So it was counting there all these other headers that I had here. That's the problem. Okay. Feels good, man. Once you're done, submit the URL to your working project with all its tests passed. I think there's one more, and then it's JavaScript. I don't think any websites today are built only on HTML and CSS. It's probably more JavaScript, the useful one. At least for the things I'm thinking about doing on the website that I'm going to try to build. Not try to, that I'm going to build. responsive web design projects. Build a personal portfolio web page. I think I'm gonna close this. And I'm gonna open this one again. Maybe it's here, yeah. This is gonna be personal portfolio. I'm not sure if I should be building these things like I would build a page for real, or just to meet the requirements. But I think it's kind of a waste of time, because only when I start learning JavaScript, I think it's gonna be useful to build websites. And I think I know how to do this already with this stuff that I learned. It's not very hard. It just takes a little bit of more work and time. A portfolio should have a welcome section with an idea of welcome section. Does it have a head? I think I'm gonna put it then the body. No, the body is outside, right? Body. Section. And the ID. The welcome section should have an H1 element that contains text. And portfolio should have a project section with an idea of projects. So let's do this first once before. Didn't think told me to put any of this on the H1. The portfolio should have a project section with an idea of projects. So I think it's just another section. I'm not sure if I'm supposed to write projects instead of sections, but I think it makes more sense to be just a section, because I don't think there's a project command. Maybe there is. Idea of projects. The projects section should contain at least one element of a class of project title to hold the project. At least one element of a class of project title to hold the project. maybe a paragraph. Section equals project, project session, class. Oh, it's a class, not an ID. Project underline title. Oh, it's a slash, not underline. Also here. The projects section should contain at least one link to a project. href source. No. Source is for image. So I think that's it. Maybe I should put some text here also. My project. This class of project, actual project. I think I did this one already. The project section should contain at least one link to a project. Yeah, that's the one I just did. Project section should contain at least one link to a project. Yeah. My portfolio should have a navbar with an ID of navbar. So I think it was like this. The navbar should contain at least one link that I can click through onto navigate through different sections of the page. href welcome section. Equal to welcome section. I think that's right. Different sections of the page. My portfolio should have a link with an ID of profile link, which opens my GitHub or VCC profile in a new tab. So that has the command something blank, target equals blank, I think. Profile link, so and this is gonna be the website profile link, and then here is gonna be target equals, I think it was underscore blank, something like this. And here I'm gonna put my my profile. I don't remember if this underscore is before or after the target. The ID also. Let's see if it works. Yeah, that's how. My portfolio should have at least one media query. So media max. Let's do max length. Is it like this? Look, it's supposed to be written in another color. Max width. Yeah. Now length. Let's do 400 pixels. I think after this I'm gonna watch a video on media query to do animations. Because I know there was a portion that was about that, but I don't remember exactly how to do. Yeah, watch this after. What can we change? Since I don't have images, I could style the sections and then change the size, but I think I'm gonna just change the text again. Because I already know how to do that, so it's just gonna take more time, so. Hashtag welcome section. Font size. Pixels. Times new. So I think that's how it's written. Let me do height instead of width so we can see if it changes or not. Height, yeah. Yeah. So let me change to width again. The height of the welcome section should be equal to the height of the viewport. The height of the welcome section should be equal to the height of the viewport. So height auto, maybe. Here. And I think to put outside also. But maybe this is wrong. I don't remember exactly how to do this. Yeah, Oh no. It's because it's max width, not max height. Yeah, it's not gonna change. Maybe I'll change the color instead of the font size here. Color. White. Let's try 800 pixels. Yeah, it's just disappears. Let's do red instead. Yeah, there we go. And let me do font size again because I'm wondering if it's gonna change or not when the height's in auto. Let's put 300 pixels. I think it changed, but not really sure. Yeah. So I think this height is only in relationship to the location of the text and not of the section and not the size of the font. The height of the welcome section should be equal to the height of the viewport. That's what I did here, I think. Height of welcome section. Should be equal to the height of the viewport. The navbar should always be at the top of the viewport. So that's easy one. Just the same as the other one. I wonder if that's the best way to do things. Maybe there's a better way, so. Yeah, I think that's it. Let's see how many, but 7. So 5 are wrong. This one is right because I tested. So, oh no, 8. 8 are right, so 4 are wrong. Probably the height one is one that's wrong, if I had to guess. The navbar I think is right because it was right in the last one. So navbar, media, the ID, the link. I think these are right also. Because it takes a while to test the media, I guess. So there's 4 wrong here. One is the height probably. What's the other 3? Welcome section with ID of welcome section here. It's exactly the same, yeah. H1 element that contains text. It's here. Projects section with an idea of projects. Which I think is right here. One element with a class of project title. To hold the project. Yeah, project tile. I typed tile. I read title instead of tile. So that's probably one that was wrong. Yeah, 9. And project site should contain at least one link to your project. Maybe I should put a link here. Instead of leaving empty. Let me... I think I'm gonna put this link here. I'm not really sure if that's the right way to link a project. Let's see the example. See how they link their projects. Well, it's just linked to a CodePen. Yeah, I don't have mine saved, so I think I'm just gonna link to our repository, this repository here. The thing is that it's private, right? So I'm not sure if it's gonna open. Yeah, but probably doesn't matter anyway. Just for the sake of the exercise. Then I'm gonna put a target equals slash blank. Yeah. Maybe if I open in a different browser. Where I'm not logged in. It's gonna show me how other people are gonna see it. Yeah, page not found. So I think in theory I would need to put it on public instead of private. Or maybe use the CodePen to fork. Yeah, I don't know. This is probably one that was wrong. No, just 9. So I think it wasn't this. So this was the 5 one, right? And my portfolio should have a navbar with an ID of a navbar, which is here. Navbar should contain at least one link that I can click on to navigate to different sections of the page. Which I think is right also. Navbar should contain this one. Portfolio should have a link with an ID of profile link, which opens my GitHub or FCC profile in a new tab. Profile link, which I think is right also. Should have at least one media query, it's right. The height of the welcome section should, this one is wrong, I think. So there's 2 more that's supposed to be wrong. Navbar should always be at the top of the viewport. I think that one is right. Yes, I think I'm gonna run it to see. So these links are wrong. Should move the page position when clicked. So maybe it's just giving wrong because my page is not big enough. Because the way that it's coded, it's right. Yeah. Projects and welcome page. Welcome section. So I think that one is easy to fix. The height of the welcome section should be equal to the height of the viewport, which I don't know how to do. So how do I do this? I think I'm gonna have to search this one up. Search this, and navbar should always be at the top of the viewport. Which I thought was right here, but apparently is wrong. Navbar's parent should be body, and it should be at the top of the viewport. Position fix maybe top 0, something like that. And I think just introducing different divs here. So that the page becomes bigger and the links move the page around. Maybe I'll put a class on these divs. Class equals layouts. And then I'm just gonna put some margin and that other stuff. Yeah. So now it scrolls. Let's see if that fixed this. Yeah, now it fixed the links one. And it's just the and I think the navbar also fixed. So I needed to put top 0 because other content was on top of it, I think. Or it's because the page isn't big enough. And now just the height thing, which I think I need to search. The height of the welcome section should be equal to the height of the viewport. Yeah, I don't know how to do this. Maybe I should be saving this for later. Nah, I don't think so. No, just do it again if I need to. Currently trying to build a personal portfolio and trying to pass all tests before. When you enter a code block into the form, proceed blah blah blah. Look at the code you have. You're using a percentage for the height value. I would recommend taking a look at the VH property to set the height of your welcome section. Oh, so it should be 100 VH, I think. It's gonna give 100% the size of the. Yeah, there we go. So VH is when you wanna maintain the size you're giving in relationship to the page, to the viewport size. Alright, now we get to the interesting part, which is JavaScript. I think I'm gonna watch this video first. Close this one.
Mostre aquele cuja proteção causou tanta destruição.
Hi there, my name's Kevin, and here on my channel we learn how to code the web and how to make it look good while we're at it. Today I'm going to give you a rundown on how media queries work, and we're going to do it in less than 5 minutes.
His name.
Now, this is part of a new series that I'm starting up where I'm going to be looking at different important concepts and giving you guys a rundown on how they work in under 5 minutes, a little coding quickies, because, not everyone has time to watch a 25-minute long video all the time. Now, if you like this idea, like the video so that I know that you like it, and if you have any topic ideas and things you'd like to see me do in less than 5 minutes, leave them in the comments below, but let's stop wasting so much time and let's get to this. If you're here, you probably know that a website needs to be responsive today, so instead of worrying about why, let's just jump right into the how. Now, media queries are used either to create new CSS rules or more often to overwrite existing CSS rules, and in general, you already have some CSS like I do right now on the screen, and we want to modify that at different screen sizes. So with this page that I have on the screen now, it's nice and simple, just threw it together, and I think it looks pretty good on mobile, but as the screen gets bigger, there's a few changes that I want to make. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to come all the way down to here, and media queries always start with an @media, and then they have parentheses, and then they have the curly braces. Just write this every single time so you don't forget anything, and then you go back into it and fill it out. So inside the parentheses here is one of the places where we can write a rule. So in here I'm going to write min width of 600 pixels. So currently my paragraphs have a font size of 1 rem, and I want that to be bigger as my screen size increases. So let's do just that. All we need to do is write our new rule inside of the little squiggly braces here. So inside of those, I'm going to put my paragraph, and I'm going to write that. Do that in there of 1.5. Get to 800 pixels, we can see the font size. Let's say I have two rules here to define the background of my site. Right now purple's on top, so my site says white. But if I copy that purple one, or I cut it, and I move it down below here, and I save, it goes to purple. The white gets overwritten, and my purple wins. So we don't actually want a purple background, but the same applies to media queries. You want to always make sure your media query comes after what you're trying to overwrite. So if this paragraph was all the way down here, my media queries are going to do nothing because it's changing at this screen size, it's changing in that, and then this one is changing it everywhere, and there's no point in having any media queries. So just make sure you put your original selector first, then you do your media queries after that, or you might see that nothing's actually happening. Now, other than min width, we also have max width. So if you're doing things a trendy way, the mobile first way, like I've been doing in this video, well then we're starting at a small screen size, we're getting bigger and bigger, so we're adding rules as we increase the size of it, we're going with min width like I was just doing. But if you've designed your site for desktop computers and so I hope you like this video and you like this format of going.
I want to remember how to do animations. This probably shows.
Hey guys, welcome to the CSS Animations crash course. This is a beginner-friendly course, and we're going to look at things like animation with keyframes, as well as CSS transitions. Okay, we're also going to build a pretty simple landing page with some entry animations. So if you're brand new to CSS, I suggest watching my CSS for Absolute Beginners video, which I'll link in the description. This is kind of a good next step after watching that video. Basically, there'll be 3 parts. We're going to start off with learning about keyframes. Now, we're not going to build something that is actually, something you would deploy. We're just going to test some stuff out. You see, we're going to move objects around and change the shape, change the colors.
I think I'll watch this later, though. Close this, and let's start with JavaScript. Comments are lines of code that JavaScript will intentionally ignore. Yeah, this is the comments. So that's how you do comments on JavaScript. Try creating one of each type of comment. Also, there is multiple types of comments. Using // will tell JavaScript to ignore the remainder of the text on the current line. You can make a multiply comment in the beginning with an ending /, then the name of this thing that I forgot in English. This symbol here. Okay, easy. Use the var keyword to create a variable called my name. So I suspect that this is to create variables, as the name says. Creates a variable called our name in JavaScript. Computer science data is anything that is meaningful to the computer. JavaScript provides 8 different data types, which are undefined, null, boolean, string, symbol, begin, number, and object. I saw some of this stuff on the free Python course I did. For example, computers distinguish between numbers, such as the number 12, and strings such as /, what's the name of this sign? Quote marks. 12 quote marks dog, or 1, 2, 3 cats, which are a collection of characters. Computers can perform mathematical operations on a number, but not on a string. Variables allow computers to store and manipulate data in a dynamic fashion. They do this by using a label to point to the data rather than using the data itself. Let's read that again. Variables allow computers to store and manipulate data in a dynamic fashion. So variables store and manipulate data. We do this by using a label to point to the data rather than using the data itself. So the label is kind of like the ID of the variable. Using a label to point to the data rather than using the data itself. Any of the 8 data types may be stored in a variable. Yeah, so a variable is anything that stores the information that the computer is going to use. Variables are similar to the x and y variables used in mathematics, which means there's a simple name to represent the data we want to refer to. Computer variables differ from mathematical variables in that they can store different values at different times. We tell JavaScript to create or declare a variable by putting in the keyword var in front of it, like so. It creates a variable called our name. Variables names can be made up of numbers, letters, and $sign or underscore, but may not contain spaces or start with a number. It may not contain spaces or start with a number. Okay, so they can hold multiple values at different times. And yeah. Use the var keyword to create a variable called myName. Oh, I forgot the final symbol. Pretty easy stuff. Assign the value 7 to variable a. A equal 7. So every time I assign a value, I'm guessing it changes the value of the variable as the computer reads the instructions from top to bottom. Assign the contents of A to variable B. B equals A. Yeah, easy. Define a variable A with var. Initialize it to a value of 9. Oh, so we can do it on the same line. Where A equals 9. So the var command tells the computer whatever it is on the right of the command that is a variable. And then you can assign it any value you want in the future. And that's the logic. Initialize the 3 variables A, B, and C with 5, 10, and IM. Respectively, so that they will not be undefined. So that C is different. When JavaScript variables are declared, they have an initial value of undefined. If you do a mathematical operation on an undefined variable, the result will be none, which means not a number. If you concatenate a string with an undefined variable, you get a little string of undefined. Concatenate a string with an undefined variable, you get a literal string of undefined. Concatenate means to put it together, I think. Right. So I'm just making sure I understand. I'm just reading a bunch of times, because I think it's important to really pay attention to the fundamentals so it doesn't get blurry in the future when it starts to get more complex. They have an initial value of undefined. So when they are declared, they're not defined. And if you do a mathematical operation, it's going to give you another number because it's not defined. If you concatenate a string with an undefined variable, you get a literal string of undefined. And it also, from this, is suggesting that you can concatenate a string and a number in JavaScript. And C with 5, 10, and 9 respectively, so that it will not be undefined. Initialize the three variables A, B, and C with 5, 10. So A equals 9 is supposed to be here. Initialize the three variables A. I think I did this wrong. It's supposed to be 10 here. So maybe you can't really make the sum of a number with a string. As I was thinking that it was suggested. Modify the existing declarations and assignments so their names use camel case. So their names use camel case. Do not create any new variables. So that's really the problem. In JavaScript, all variables and functions in functional names are case sensitive. This means that capitalization matters. My var is not the same as my var. It's possible to have multiple distinct variables with the same name but different casing. It is strongly recommended that for the sake of clarity, do not use this language feature. Of course, best practice. Write variable names in JavaScript in camel case. In camel case, multi-word variable names have the first word in lowercase, and the first letter of each subsequent word is capitalized. Write variable names in JavaScript in camel case. In camel case, multi-word variable names have the first word in lowercase, and the first letter of each subsequent word is capitalized. So the first is slower, and the other ones are capitalized. Modify the existing declarations and assign that so their names use game case. Also these ones. Think Studley cap var. Then title Keizo. I think that's what's asking me to do. Proper camel case. Oh. Title case only. Yeah, there we go. Change the 0 so that sum equals 20. Easy. So I guess this number is a data type in JavaScript which represents the numeric data. Now let's start to add two numbers using JavaScript. Is blah. Pretty easy stuff. Change the 0 to 12. Same thing, but with minus. So the difference is 12. So 33. Yeah. Change 0 so the product equals 80. Then just teaching basic operations. Change 0 so the quotient is equal to 2. Okay. So division is only one slice. Plus on my var. Change the code to use plus operator on my var. Let me change code below this line. You can easily increment or add one to a variable with the plus operator. E plus is equivalent of E equals E plus 1. So I think that's what it wants me to do, if I get it right. No. Just erase everything, do this. Now the entire line becomes eliminating the need for the equal sign. Change the code to use operator on my, so it gets the same thing but -1. Yeah. Create a variable my decimal and give it a decimal value with a fractional part. We can store decimal numbers in variables too. Decimal numbers are sometimes referred to as floating point numbers or floats. Note: not all real numbers can accurately be represented in floating points. This can lead to rounding errors. Yeah, once you have any irrational number like pi or square of 2, I guess you can't do this. Create a variable my decimal and give it decimal give it a decimal value with a fractional parts. Yeah, easy. Change the 0 so the product equals 5. 2.5. Change the 0 so the quotient equals 2.2. Set the remainder equal to the remainder of 11 divided by 3. The remainder operator gives the remainder of the division of two numbers. Yeah, this is similar to what I saw in Python. Yeah, the remainder of 5 divided by 2 equals 1. Because that gives, it only divides by entire numbers without leaving the fractional parts and beside. Usage in mathematics, a number can be checked to be even or odd by checking the remainder of the division of the number by 2. Note, the remainder operator is sometimes incorrectly referred to as the modulus operator. It is very similar to modulus, but does not work properly with negative numbers. Set remainder equal to the remainder of 11 divided by 3. So I guess it's like this. Yeah. Convert the assignments for A, B, and C to use the plus equals operator. So this is similar from Python. It's gonna add. You don't need to type everything, I guess. Converted the assignments for I think it's like this here. You don't need to write C equals C plus, you just write it everything on the same line. Everything together, the symbols together. Same thing, I guess, but with multiplication. Now division. Yeah, we'll divide. So far, pretty easy. Create two new strings variables. Create two new string variables. My first name and my last name. So I guess this camel case is the standard way of writing on JavaScript. Previously, we have used the code for equals your name is called the string literal. It is a string because it is a series of 0 or more characters enclosed in single or double quotes. So my first name my last name. Use backslashes to assign a string to my string. Okay. When you are defining a string, you must start and end with a single or double quote. What happens when you need a literal quote or inside of the string? JavaScript, you can escape a quote from considering it as an end of string quote by placing a backslash in front of the quote. So this is when you want to use quotes inside of the quotes, so it doesn't change the code. And it's always before the first quote and before the first and last quote. Use the backslashes to assign a string to my string variable, so that if you were to print it to the console, you would say, okay, I am a double quoted string inside double quotes. I think it's like this. Maybe the yeah. Yeah, I think it's right. Change the provided string to a string with single quotes at the beginning and end, no escape characters. Right now, the A tag in the string uses double quotes everywhere. This starts to get confusing now. When you have to put commands inside of the variables. You need to change the outer quotes to a single quote so you can remove the escape characters. So let's read all of this to understand better. But first I'm gonna go to the bathroom. basic JavaScript coding strings with single quotes. Also, instead of using double quotes, it's gonna use a single. String values in JavaScript may be written with single or double quotes, as long as you start and end with the same type of a quote. Unlike some other programming languages, single or double quotes work in the same JavaScript. The reason why you might want to use one type of quote over the other is if you want to use both in a string. This might happen if you want to save a conversation in a string and have the conversation in quotes. Another use for it would be saving an a tag with various attributes in quotes, all within a string. So double quotes and single quotes are the same function. For when you don't want to make things more confusing. However, this becomes a problem if you need to use the outermost quotes within it. Remember, a string has the same kind of quote at the beginning and end. But if you have the same quote somewhere in the middle, the string will stop early and throw an error. In the good string above, you can use both quotes safely by using backslash as an escape character. Note the backslash should not be confused with the forward slash. They do not do the same thing. Yeah. Change the provided string to a string of single quotes at the beginning and end, and no escape characters. Oh, interesting. Yeah, didn't use much quotes inside of quotes on HTML and CSS because there's no objects, right? So just usually double quotes on HTML, CSS, and single quotes are not required, I guess. Yeah. Quotes are not only characters that can escape inside the string. To allow you to use characters you may not otherwise be able to type out, such as characters to return. To allow you to represent multiple quotes in a string, or JavaScript misinterpreting what you mean. We learned this in the previous challenge. Output single quote, double quote, backslash, new line, carriage return, tab, word boundary, form feed. Note that the backslash itself must be escaped in order to display as a black slash. Assign the following 3 lines of text into the single variable myString using escape sequences. Assign the following 3 lines of text into this single variable myString using escape sequences. So to the single variable myString. So basically the same as the other ones. You need to use escape sequences to insert special characters only. You will also need to follow the spacing it looks above. So first line, then Escape, new line. What's a carriage return? Word boundary. Carriage return, sometimes known as cartridge return, and often shortened to CR return, is a control character mechanism used to reset the device position to the beginning of a line of text. It is closely associated with the line feed and new line concepts, though it can be considered separately in its own right. Word boundary. Form feed. What is form feed? I don't know how to do this space here. That's the problem. I don't know if I should just put like tab. Let's see if it works. Yeah, I think that this is it. The new line, third line. So here it needs a carriage return. Is this right? Oh, tab is T. Now there we go. I think this is it. And maybe there's a B here after this. No. Why is not on the same line? Let's try this F one. No. Maybe it's together. I think this is it. My string should not contain any spaces. Oh, first one is wrong. No, you can't have spaces. Here's the text with the escape sequences written out. First line, new line, tab, backslash, second line. So it's all together. I wonder why you can't have spaces. Maybe you can, but just for the sake of the exercise, it's telling me not to. To contain the string's first line. Oh, and there are strings. Huh? Let's do the opposite way. Let's use this single one outside. Although it's supposed to be the same, right? I don't understand this. My string should contain these strings: first line, second line, third line. Remember, case sensitive. Third line, second line, first line. Oh, first line is wrong, I think. So now I think that's what was wrong. Now I can delete this. Do it again. Yeah, there we go. Hey man, it's going good. I'm on JavaScript part now. In JavaScript, when the plus operator is used with a string value, it's called the concatenation operator. You can build a new string out of the other strings by concatenating them together. I think this is similar from Python also. Build my string from the strings. This is the start and this is the end. This is the start plus this is the end. My string should have a value of this is the start, this is the end. Don't understand what's wrong here. You can build a new string out of other strings by concatenating them together. Which is what I just did. Note, watch out for spaces. Concatenation does not add spaces between concatenated strings, so you need to add them yourself. Maybe that's what's wrong. Yeah. Yeah, there we go. Build my string over several lines by concatenating these two strings. We can also use the plus equal operator to concatenate a string onto the end of an existing string variable. This can be very helpful to break a long string over several lines. Oh, I think I get it. This is the first sentence. And then my string plus equal and the other sentence. Second sentence. My string should have a value of the, yeah. Maybe I need a second variable. Build my string over several lines by concatenating these two strings. This is the first sentence. This is the second sentence. And the plus equals, right? Start by assigning the first string to my string, then add on the second string. Oh, I forgot this symbol here. No. Oh, what's wrong with this? This is the first sentence. This is the second sentence. Apparently it's written right. Let's read the tips. My string should have a value of this. We should use the plus equal operator to build my string. That's weird, man. We can also use the, yeah. I added the space here. So what's wrong? Maybe the space has to be on the second, no. I don't understand what's wrong here. Maybe I'm gonna reset the codes and try again. I come first. No, that's the phrase from the example. This is the first sentence. Now my string plus equals, this is the second sentence. Weird. Maybe it was a typo. Something I typed wrong there. Set my name to a string equal to your name and build my string with my name. String to a string equal to your name. I don't know if it's literally my name or set my name to a string equal to your name and build my string with my name between the strings. My name is, so I think is actually my name. Can I put space here? No, I can. No, it's just my name here, I think. Set my name to a string equal to your name. And build my string with my name between the strings. Oh, so it was right here. I'm supposed to put my name here, and then my name is plus my name plus and I am well. I think that's it. That's asking me. Yeah. Set some adjective to a string of at least 3 characters and append it to my string using the plus equal operator. To a string of at least 3 characters. Some adjective to a string of at least 3 characters. And append it to my string. Apple. And to call this apple. Easy. How do you append? Just as we can build a string over multiple lines out of string literals, we can also append variables to a string using the plus equals operator. Just as we can build a string over multiple lines of string literals, we can also append variables to a string using the plus equal operator. So I think I'm supposed to add them up right here. My string. Oh, I think it's the other way around. Yeah. Now to find the length of a string. The length property should count the number of characters in the last name variable and assign it to last name length. So how do you use this? Length. If we created a variable var first name equals Charles, we could find out how long the string Charles is by using the first name dot length. So I think it's just like this. Yeah. In Python, every time you put a dot and then a special name like index or length after a string, after a string, it gives you some property of that string. So I imagine it's pretty much the same thing here in JavaScript. Use bracket notation to find the first character. So this is to find the index of this, and it starts from the 0 all the way to the last one. Yeah. To find which character in the string, the first character in the string. Correct the assignment to my string so it contains the string value of hello world. So this is probably to replace. String values are immutable, which means that they cannot be altered once created. For example, the hello. Cannot change the value because the contents of my string cannot be altered. Note that this does not mean that my string cannot be changed. There's just that the individual characters of a string literal cannot be changed. The only way to change my string would be to assign it with a new string like this. So it's saying I can't change. Correct the assignment to my string so it contains the string value of hello world, using the approach shown in the example above. But it already seems like it's the right code, this one. So the following code cannot change the value because the contents of my string cannot be altered. Note that this does not mean that my string cannot be changed, just the individual characters of a string literal cannot be changed. The only way to change my string would be to assign it. Oh, so it's asking me to assign it a new string. New string. Just to say that you can't change particular characters by assigning the index variable to a new one. Form feed is a button or command on the printer that allows the advancement. Yeah. Let's try to set third letter of last name to equal the third letter of the last name. So here, I imagine that's what it wants me to do. You should use a bracket notation. Huh? You can always use bracket notations to get the character at other positions within a string. Remember that computers start counting at 0. But I am using the bracket notation. Check the third letter using bracket notation. Maybe it's like this. No. So if it's not this, then it has to be this one. Yeah. Maybe it's the space that's wrong. Yeah, space. Shouldn't have a space. Now it wants the last character. That's how you get last character. If you don't know the length of the string. There's not a dot here. Oh, it's the first word. So let's pause on this one. In order to get the last letter of a string, you can subtract one from the string's length. So yeah, first goes the string, then inside the brackets you get the length first, and then you minimize it by 1. Can you get it? Thank you. It's Chrome. Use bracket notation to find the second to last character in the last name string. Use bracket notation to find the second to last character in the last name string. So yes, it's the same thing as the other one, but -2 instead of -1. That's how I type length, right? Last name, yeah, I think that's it. Should be C. Oh, maybe it's the number, it's wrong. No, it's should be C. C is -2. Yeah, second to last. Maybe I typed the length wrong, yeah. I knew something was kinda weird about that when I typed. This challenge will provide you with a noun, a verb, an adjective, and an adverb. You need to form a complete sentence using words of your choice, along with the words we provide. You need to use the string concatenation operator to build a new string using the provided variables. Okay, so you should not change the words assigned to the variables. You will also need to account for spaces in your string so that the final sentence has spaces between all the words. The result should be a complete sentence. Not sure if I understand this, what's asking. So I'm gonna read the whole thing. I understand that it wants me to sum everything, but I don't know why it has strings on the word blanks. We will now use our knowledge of strings to build a Mad Libs style word game we're calling word blanks. You will create an optionally humorous fill in the blanks style sentence. In the Mad Libs game, you are provided a sentence with some missing words like nouns, verbs, adjectives, and adverbs. You then fill in the missing pieces with words of your choice, in a way that the completed sentence makes sense. Consider the sentence. It was a really, and we ourselves. This sentence has 3 missing pieces: an adjective, a verb, and an adverb. So we can add words of our choice to complete it. You can then assign the completed sentence to a variable as follows. You can then assign the completed sentence to a variable as follows. In this challenge will provide you, so they provided me with the empty spaces here, what goes in the empty spaces. To form a complete sentence using words of your choice along with the words we provide. You will need to use the string concatenation operator to build a new string using the provided variables. You then assign the formed string to the word blanks variable. Should not change the words assigned to the variables. So I guess it's just simple to create dog big ran quickly. So what sentence can I build? The dog was, I think it needs a space here, was big, adjective, so I my verb ran, then my adverb. So every time someone changes these variables, it's gonna change the sentence. There was, so I ran. Yeah, I think that's it. You should not directly use the values dog, ran, big, or quickly to create word blanks. Word blanks should contain all of the words assigned to the variables. Huh? Separated by non-word characters and any additional words. Your Madlib. I'm not sure if I get this. You should not directly use the values dog, ran, big, or quickly to create word blanks. Oh, I shouldn't use ran here. The dog was big, so I ran. Dog was big, so I ran quickly. So how can I put a space between this two? Maybe I don't remember if there was a special character to do that. I can also put a string with a space, but the dog was big, So I ran. Yeah. Let's try it like this. See what happens. Yeah, so I need to put a space here. To put a... yeah. Still doesn't work. So maybe I need to type a word, actually. The dog was big, so I ran from... So I ran to the building. Something else is wrong here. Something, all of the words assigned to the variables. My name, my noun, my verb, my adjective, and my adverb, separated by non-word characters. It looks like it's right. The dog was big, so I ran to the building quickly. To the building. Maybe this... these variables need a string. No, that doesn't make any sense. Consider this sentence. It was really, and we... This sentence has 3 missing pieces. And we can add words of our choice to complete it. And then assign the completed sentence to a variable as follows. I will close this window. sure if I understand what the problem wants. You need to form a complete sentence using words of your choice, along with the words we provide. You will need to use the string concatenation operator to build a new string and provide the variables. My noun, my adjective, my verb. You then assign the form string to the word blanks variable. Should not change the words assigned to the variables. You also need to account for spaces in your string, so that the final sentence has spaces between all the words. The result should be a complete sentence. I think I'm doing everything right here. Should not reuse directly the values of dog, yeah. Which I didn't do. Let's see if I wrote everything right. My verb, my adverb. My noun, my adjective. Maybe I need to put a space here. Oh, I already put a space. If I run, it doesn't work. Interesting. Very interesting. Not sure if I know what to do. I don't know what's wrong. Oh, maybe I need to put everything on the string. That's what's wrong. I only change code below this line. Let's give it a try. Yeah, now I think it's right. But then I need to put backslashes before each variable, so it doesn't read as letters. I think now it's correct. So my nouns, all of them have backslashes. They are inside of the string. Space here. I don't think it's gonna change anything. Yeah, I think I'm gonna need to get a hint or watch a video on this one.
We are going to use our knowledge of strings to build a Mad Lib styled word game that we're going to call Word.
Be right back.
Blanks.
Let's watch this.
So basically, in a Mad Libs game, you are provided sentences with some missing words, like nouns, verbs, adjectives, and adverbs, and then you fill in the missing pieces with words of your own. So we are going to use variables in a sentence, so then we can actually change these words easily to replace the words in the sentence. So for this challenge, we are going to change what the word blanks variable is to create a sentence using the noun, adjective, verb, and adverb. So let's do that. We're going to need spaces in between each, but now we will use the variables. So the full sentence, big dog ran quickly. It's going to be my adjective. And then we have to add a space, because there needs to be a space in between each word. So we're going to put the string and then we're going to add, that's what this plus is, we're going to add the adjective, which is big, then we're going to add another space, and then we're going to add, we don't need this string at the end, so we're going to add the noun, so my noun, and then we just have to keep doing this, adding spaces in between each word. So now we're going to be the verb, my verb, plus my adverb.
So I don't need any.
And then the final thing we're going to need to do is add a period. And we have to just have to make sure that we have the pluses in between each thing. So I need a plus in between the space and the adverb. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to run the program, or we're going to log it out and see if we have a sentence. So the big dog ran quickly.
It's overcomplicating stuff. Backslash. Oh shit. them. And then at the end, why doesn't work like this? Oh, it's plus sign. And here should be the other way also. Reactive. The big dog ran quickly. Yeah, there we go. Modify the new array, myArray, so that it contains both a string and a number in that order. With JavaScript array variables, we can store several pieces of data in one place. You start an array declaration with an opening square bracket, end it with a closing square bracket, and put a comma between each entry like this. Modify the new myArray so that it contains both a string and a number in that order. String and number. So this should store multiple variables on one, multiple values on one variable. I'm understanding this. You can also nest arrays within other arrays like below. This is also called a multi-dimensional array. This is also called, create a nested array called myArray. So you can have multiple arrays inside of a kind of like Inception type of thing. Let's just copy what I did. Let's see how much time I have. I think I'll try to do it to 50 and then I'm gonna be done for today. Because I have to go have an appointment. Array indexes everything in the same bracket notation that strings use. Except that instead of specifying character, they are specifying an entry in the array. Like strings, arrays use zero-based indexing, so the first element in an array has an index of 0. Note, there shouldn't be any spaces between the array name and the square brackets, like array 0. Although JavaScript is able to process this correctly, this may confuse other programs reading your code. Shouldn't be any spaces between the array name and the square brackets. I'm not sure if I got this. Create a variable called myData and set it to equal the first value. And change code below this line. It should be here. Create a variable called myData. Set it to equal the first value of myArray using bracket notation. think that's it. Just the same thing as the string, but with arrays. Oh, so this is mutable. Modify the data stored at index 0 array to a value of 45. My array 0 equals 45. So our arrays are changeable, but strings are not. Kind of like in Python too. Using bracket notation, select an element from my array such that my data is equal to 8. Select an element from my array. So this is I search from this array here. Select an element from my array such my data is equal to 8. So this is 1. My data equals 1. Zero, 0, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Seven. Let me read this one. One way to think of multidimensional arrays, an array of arrays. When you use brackets to access your array, the first set of brackets refers to the entries in the outermost, the first level array, and each additional pair of brackets refers to the next level of entries. Oh, now I get it. So here should be 3, and then it should be 2, because it starts at 0, and then should be 1. There shouldn't be any spaces between array name and square brackets. Although JavaScript is able to process this correctly, this may confuse other programs within your code. Using bracket notation, select an element for my array such that my data is equal to 8. No, I'm not really sure if I understand this. So there's 2 here. And there's 4, and then there's 1 inside this last one. This first number should give me this array, and this one should give me 8. But it's my data that needs to be equals 8. If I put my array 2, This is gonna be equals 7, not 8. And let's try this one. Oh, maybe I need to replace. Yeah, that's what I'm getting confused. 0, 1, 2. Yeah, there we go. Push dog tree onto the end of my array variable. So push dot push sends it to the end. There we go. Use the pop. This one I think I remember from Python. Should take it out. Use the pop function to remove the last item from my array. Assigning the popped off value to removed from array. So it might be a little bit different. Let me read this. Another way to change the data in an array is with the pop function. Pop is used to pop a value off the end of an array. You can store this popped off value by assigning it to a variable. In other words, pop moves the element from an array and returns that element. Any type of entry can be popped off of an array, numbers, strings, and even nested arrays. So I think it wants me to assign the value from this variable to take this to my array pop, then 2, 1. It should give me cat and 2. Use pop function to remove the last item from my array. Assigning the popped up value to remove from my array. Yeah, there we go. Use the shift function to remove the first item from my array. So I guess same logic but different property. Array dot shift 0. Pop always removes the last item. Shift comes in. It works like this. It removes the first element. So shift is for the first, pop is for the last. Add Paul 35 to the beginning of the my array variable using unshift. Not only you can shift elements off, you can also shift elements to the beginning of an array. And shift works exactly like push, but instead of adding the element at the end of the array, and shift adds the element at the beginning of the array. And I forgot the last symbol here. There should be at least 5 subarrays in the list. Create a shopping list in the variable myList. This should be a multi-dimensional array containing several subarrays. The first element in each subarray should contain a string with the name of the item. The second element should be a number representing the quantity. So let's start with the example one. The second number represents the quantity. And Coke 20 should have 5 and build this like this. 1, 2, 3 pasta. True. And then cookies. Done. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. Create a function called reusable function. So now it's per functions instead of variables, which prints a hi world to the dev console. Call the function. Divide up our code into reusable parts called functions. Here's an example of a function. You can call or invoke this function by using its name followed by parentheses, like this function name. Each time the function is called, it will print out the message all over. So here should be this console.log should display the information. All of the code between the curly braces will be executed every time the function is called. All of the code between the curly braces will be executed every time the function is called. So I think just like that should call. Reusable function is not defined. Oh, so I wrote wrong here. Function. Yeah. There we go. Hi. Create a function called function with args. It accepts 2 arguments and outputs their sum to the dev console. Function with args. console log. Parameters are variables that act as placeholders for the values. The actual values that are input or passed into a function when it is called are known as arguments. Then we can call test fun. We have passed two arguments. Hello and word inside the function parameter. Hello. Note that you could call test fun again with different arguments and the parameters you take on the value of the new arguments. It's a function called that accepts two arguments. So I guess I need to put x and y here. And accepts two arguments. Now let's put their sum to the dev console. So I'm not really sure if that's what it's asking me to do. I forgot the brackets. Put 2 and 5. Yeah, here we go. Using the var, declare a global variable named myGlobal. Using the var, declare myGlobal variable below this line. Assign 5 to so myGlobal. Initialize it with a value of 10. myGlobal plus 10. Set function 1, assign 5. Oops, global without using the var keyword. Function from It's giving me an error. Use var declare a global variable named myGlobal outside of any function. Initialize it with a value of 10. Okay, did it. Set function fun1, assign 5 to oops global without using the var keyword. Scope refers to the visibility of variables. Variables which are defined outside of the function block have global scope. This means they can be seen everywhere in your JavaScript code. Variables which are used without the var keyword are automatically created in the global scope. This can create unintended consequences elsewhere in your code or when running a function again. You should always declare your variables with var. Using var, I declare a global variable named myGlobal outside of any function. Initialize it with value of 10. Maybe yeah. Maybe it has to need brackets here. Yeah, I don't think that's... And I did assign 5, but it's giving me an error. So inside the function f1. Oh, I think it's here. I need to assign. Assign 5 troops global here. I'm not sure if I should do it like this. The editor has two console logs to help you see what's happening. Check the console as your code to see how it changes. That should be here. My var is not defined outside of my local scope. Variables which are declared within a function, as well as the function parameters, have local scope. That means they are only visible within the function. And I think I saw this in Python as well. Here's a function myTest with a local variable called lock. Lock is not defined outside of the function. The editor has two console logs to help you see what's happening. Check the console as you code to see how it changes. Declare local variable my var inside my local scope. And run the tests. Note that the console still have reference error. My var is not defined, but this is not. This will not cause the test to fail. So it's because it's declared outside of the scope of the function. Code should not contain a global variable. I think I'm doing something. Oh, declare a variable. I'm confusing myself. Yeah, now it's right. Inside my local scope undefined, outside my local scope undefined. What? Here. Yeah, there we go. It is possible to have both local and global variables with the same name. When you do this, local variables takes precedence over their global variable. The function myFun will return head because the local version of the row is present. Add a local variable to here. Variable my outfit. No. I forget that to make the variable you don't need the brackets. Add a local variable to my outfit function to override the value of the outer wear with sweater. Add a local variable to my outfit function to override sweater. I think that's what it's asking me to do. I don't understand exactly how it overwrites. It's not the same variable. So it's gonna cite t-shirt, then it's gonna return here. Function my well. Oh, it's because in the end it calls this function. This variable, not this one. Oh no, I'm doing it wrong. Outerwear. Yeah, that makes more sense. Maybe I don't need the variable in the beginning. Huh. So I shouldn't change the value of this variable. My outfit equals sweater. Yeah, this is the last one. Then I need to go. So how I'm gonna replace this? My phone will return head because the local version of the variable is present. Add a local variable to my outfit function to override value of outerwear sweater. And it shouldn't change the value of outerwear. Maybe I should use the push thing or pop. No, I think I'm gonna get a hint because I don't have a lot of time. Yeah, that was what I did before. Variable outer where? That's weird. So yeah, I have to go for today, but I'll probably be back. I will be back Monday and continue this. Okay, see you.